Oh, and now we got audio. All right. Hey, did you guys catch that little cartoon at the end? You guys know what that's all about? It's the first thing I've got in my this and that, but I put it in the cartoon, so I feel like I got to say something about it. I don't know if... Here, let me show you guys that. Do you guys know what that is? Hey, Arnie. We're going to be talking a little bit about the 43rd annual AMSAT Space Symposium. So that's going on this weekend, started today, goes on tomorrow. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. No, it's not the Nintendo 64. I mean, I can understand why somebody might think that's what that is. But that's not what it is. So this, I mean, I'd be surprised if somebody knew what this was. So first of all, I believe it's October 15th, and we're talking about the very first release of Netscape Navigator, October 15th, 1994. And they used that N logo, right? They used that N logo for like 6 weeks or something. They didn't use it for very long. And then they transitioned to the, the N logo on top of the world, right? For the World Wide Web, I'm assuming. But anyhow, 1994, this week, was really the beginning of the internet. Some may say the end of the internet, but the beginning of the internet for most people, right? Access to the internet before that was through terminals and command lines, and you had to be kind of an uber geek to be on the internet. But, a graphical browser, not a text browser, right? There were a few of those, and yeah, it was the uber geeks that were using those graphical or those text browsers. But yeah, 1994. So I've got a little picture of that too. I'll show you guys what that looks like. Dang, it was ugly. Yeah, that I'm sure that'll bring back visions, nightmares, fond memories, all of the above mixed in for those of you who were netizens back in the mid 90s. Let's see. 45 Auto bought your first Mac. Your one and only Mac. Let's straighten that out. A Performa in 94. Nice. Oh, let's see. Darn Netscape and GeoCities. Yeah. I was 12 and I thought it was the end of the internet. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Arnie, I think a lot of people were in that boat, right? Because that, a lot of people had an ISP after that, but before that, they didn't really have a reason unless they were in college, academia, had some sort of affiliation with a college, right? That's how you got on the internet really before that. Yeah, AOL. Yeah, 2400 baud. Oh, I remember those days. The 300 baud modems. Man, when we got like those, gosh, I think it was a 1200 baud US robotics modem. Boy, we were cooking then. Felt like we were cooking. All right. Well, thanks everyone for being out there and being out there early. Nice to see so many of you out there. My name is Robert, W5ITR, in case we've got any new folks out there. And I'll be your host for the next, well, as long as you guys stick around, because this is the late shift. And it's not necessarily called the late shift because we start at 9 o'clock. I mean, I guess that's kind of late for some people, 10 o'clock on the East Coast. I talked to a gentleman in email earlier in the week who is even further east. I think he said he's in Nova Scotia. So he's 2 hours behind. So yeah, it's getting kind of late. But it's really called the late shift because we're going to go 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 hours. I mean, that's happened before. Last week was a beast. So some may call that the wee hours of the morning. We might not be, we might not be able to call that late into the night at that point. All right, let's see. A couple quick PSAs before we get too far along. Community list. Make sure you guys are on the community list. If you're not, get on it, right? That's where I send out my newsletters. And, I do that occasionally. I try not to spam you guys, right? Try to make it worth your while when I do send it out. I make sure there's lots of links in there for things that you guys might find interesting. You'll find some coupon codes and affiliate links, all those types of things will be in there. But it also gets you automatically signed up for all the channel giveaways. And we're marching right along. We're about 800 or so, 800 and some change subs from a 5,000 subscriber giveaway. So I am excited about that. So how do you get there? Someone may ask. I guess I should put that up. Here's how you get there. bitsy/CL4 community link. Let's see. Where did I post the PO 101 schedule? I can bring that back up, EOD. So that's an X account that you wanna follow. Remind me a little bit later. I'll grab it. I'll make myself a note as well, just in case. Looky there. Somebody just joined the community list. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, get on that community list. Oh yeah, I was writing myself a note. Squirrel. I probably shouldn't have things that flash on the screen like that. That's probably like the worst thing for somebody with OCD. That didn't sound right. Is that right? Somebody who's easily distracted and drinking ghost energy. Probably not a good combination. But anyhow, I got to get the PO 101 X account. All right, we'll flash that up here a little bit later. All right, let's see. The other thing I just want to mention here real quick is my set of links. Right, if you go out and look at bitsy/dr, that's where you can find some merch if you guys are interested in Satellite Hunter t-shirts or Meshtastic monitoring long fast bumper stickers, those kinds of things. I got some of that out there, and there's a lot of affiliate links out there and coupon codes. So take advantage of those, guys. Every time I talk to a vendor, I said, "Hey, can I get a coupon code? Can I get something for the people that watch the show?" That's it's important, right? Try to get you guys a little bit of something here and there where we can. ADHD. Gosh, thanks, Eric. Yeah, OCD is another problem I have, but that's a different problem. All right. Well, let's see here. Good to see some folks out there in green. I appreciate you channel members. Nice to see some of you guys with the rocket that's launching in green as well. That means you've been a channel member for at least 2 months. So each month, well, it's not every month. There's like different intervals that YouTube allows you to set a new icon for. So it'll be fun to see you guys get those different icons. So that'll be cool. But yeah, I think we're ready. Let's jump into the this and that. I don't have a whole lot with the this and that stuff this week, but that's all right. That's the way it goes sometimes, right? But as promised, here's your Netscape Navigator, the very first version. Man, look how ugly that thing is. You see that really basic N up there? Yeah, they quickly replaced that, right? They put something new out there pretty quickly. That's a rocket. 45 auto. That's a rocket? Yeah, that's a rocket, man. That's a rocket taking off, and then that's, you know, the destruction in the wake of the rocket engines down below. That's exactly what that is. Come on. You couldn't tell what that was? I don't believe it. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. If you're not watching the clock, you'll end up being late. But that's okay. We got lots of time. Lots of stuff to talk about here as well. Let me get back on track here. Okay. Besides Netscape Navigator's birthday, what else do I have to talk about here in the this and that? Yeah, quick PSA here. So there was an SSTV event scheduled to start today. However, if you guys watch the Airspy X account, you'll see that that was postponed due to some more important action on the ISS. So we're going to have to wait. It sounds like November. That's what they had in here, mid-November. So if you guys were anxious, wanting to try to get some of those images, you know, I hope Josh saw this, Ham Radio Crash Course. I hope he saw this before he headed out on his camping trip, because I'd mentioned to him a couple of weeks, hey, you might want to take, this is Jamboree, the Scouts Jamboree on the Air weekend as well. And he was doing some camping, and I said, hey, you might want to take your satellite rig out so you can do some SSTV with the Scouts. And he's like, oh man, you mean I got to drag more crap out camping with me? And I'm like, yeah, man, you got to, right? Hopefully he saw this and he didn't drag that stuff out. But yeah, next month. Oh, this, have you guys heard about Macrohard? Right? This is an Elon Musk initiative here. And yes, it is a play on words. It is a play on Microsoft. And this is Elon Musk's new company. And they've already, what I see, they've already tried to register some trademarks and some of those types of things for Macrohard. This is supposed to be a like full up, straight on AI only company, right? Using AI agents, AI bots, not people, but AI to run all the functions. And the idea is that they are going to create anything in the digital world, anything that's not physical, right? He's basically saying, hey, if it's not physical, if this is some sort of digital thing, some sort of digital asset, some sort of digital widget that we can sell, we can do it with AI and we don't need people. So this huge data center here is some of his like most powerful computing assets. And he painted this big old logo on top of this data center. This is going to be the start of Macrohard. I'm curious if you guys had seen much about that. It's going to be interesting to watch, right? You know, regardless of what you think of Elon, he's always up to something, man. He is always up to something. All right, let's see what else we got going on. Oh, this is not radio related, but man, this is a blow. This is a blow. I had to give a shout out here to Ace Frehley. Passed away this week. I think he was 74. And not a lot of details yet on what happened with Ace. But this is how I like to remember him. Right? This is like mid-70s Ace right here. This is, you know, man, this is when I just started to get into music as a kid. And man, the mid-70s, I was part of the Kiss Army. I was all in, baby. I loved Kiss. And, you know, of course, Ace. I mean, he was a guitar god for sure. Let's see. Tech the video. First, you've heard of Macrohard. Yep. Glam rock legends, no doubt. Inspiration for many air bands. Yeah, no doubt. And they got some pretty good music, hidden away in there. I mean, there's some crap in there too. Don't get it twisted. There's some stuff you'd rather just leave in the album sleeve on the shelf. But a lot of that vinyl's pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. All right, let's see. Rest in peace, Ace. Thanks for all the great music and all the fun. Man, I loved Kiss. All right. I'm going to talk a little bit about the 43rd annual, I got to grab my notes here, the 43rd annual AMSAT Space Symposium. We're going to talk about that tonight. That's going to be our main topic. They had a bunch of sessions today. I didn't have a chance to watch them live, but they are recorded, so that's the great news. You guys can get out there and you guys can watch those on the YouTubes. Go to the AMSAT channel, and you can check those out. They had a bunch of sessions today. They've got a bunch more tomorrow. And we're going to talk about some of the highlights from my perspective from today's events, and that's going to be our topic. There's one in particular that's going to be kind of the core of the discussion, but I'm going to keep you in suspense. We got to hold that one. We're going to hold that one back just a little while for you guys. All right, let me see here. Something else I want to touch on real quick. This is kind of this and that territory. So let me get into this. And a couple of quick notes. This is just a reminder for me. I still need to get this out in my S3 bucket for you guys. So I haven't forgotten. I just haven't got there. Kind of forgot, but not forgotten. We'll get that out there for you guys. But the other thing I did want to mention is last Friday, while we were all yakking away, actually it happened much earlier in the day for us. Those crazy Japanese, they got some more satellites up, right? So I wanted to just touch base on these real quick to make you guys aware of them. So let's take a look here. So this is one of those satellites. Boy, I wish we had Paul here so he can get the pronunciation for us. YOTSUBA-KULOVER. I saw that designated that way somewhere else. I wasn't making that up. But let's jump to the transmitters. This is going to have some telemetry, so not a lot of amateur radio opportunity here, but there's a little bit, and there's some telemetry out there. Okay, here's another one, the Ikagaku. My Japanese is non-existent. Ikagaku. This one's got some opportunity on it. First of all, let's go here first. I always like when the satellites have their own web page to tell you what's going on. So Ikagaku, first satellite. I think this is maybe another school. Yeah, this is the one that's another school. Where is... Oh yeah, here's what I wanted to share. I thought this is pretty cool. Okay. It's nice they got a little thing here so you can see what's going on. They've got their own dashboard. So when this thing starts reporting in data, people start reporting information in. You can view that here. Of course, you can also view it on SatNOGS, right? Hopefully you guys remember all that kind of good stuff. I thought there was another, let me look here real quick so I don't blow by it. Oh yeah, here it is. Amateur radio information. This is what I wanted to show. Don't you wish your school had a nice setup like this? Come on. That would have been awesome. All right, here we go. Here's the cool stuff, right? So we've got several transceivers, or at least transmitters on this satellite. We've got one that's putting out some CW with a call sign. Right, here's the detail that it's sending. I'm not sure what the downlink number is. I haven't had a chance to study this and understand what's going on too much, but they'll be sending out some CW. Come on, there was more information here than just that. Or maybe I'm thinking of the other one. Let's go back here and look real quick. Transmitters. Oh yeah, so this has got a this can send down the a voice message, right? Now, did they not, or did I miss it? Let's just look. I may have missed it. I may be jumping around way too fast here. So they got a beacon. Yep, there's the call sign. There's the beacon. Some sort of HK downlink. I'm not sure what that is. All right, let's go back here and look. But yeah, so this is a transmitter. This is not a transceiver, right? So this is going to be one way. This is a digitalker, right? We talked about those with that other group. We've got some telemetry here at 1200 baud. We got some telemetry at 9600, and then we've got our CW. So a couple of fun things. It'll be interesting to see what the digitalker has to say, and it'll be curious what languages they're talking in as well. And then you've got the Botan. Okay. And I think the inspiration for this, well, let's see. What do we have here? We got an opportunity to translate this. Come on. Oh, yeah. English, please. I think the inspiration for this is, I don't think it's the encryption software. I think it's likely some sort of like manga or something is my guess. I think so. Let me find you guys again. I lost you guys here. 45, you couldn't chat for a bit. Did somebody put you in timeout? Oh, Matt, we're going to have to talk about that. I see your comment there about mysterious signals. Let's, I'm going to put a pin in that. Yeah, we want to chat about that a little bit. All right, let's see what else we got out there. KU Lover. I think it should be 12 to 18 gig. Let's see. Use updates in the background. Okay. I don't think I missed anything. But, oh yeah, so let's see what these guys have cooking. Let's see. Mission. Let's see what they've got here for mission. Let's go back to translate, please. Okay, so there's a camera mission. Okay, this cracks me up a little. Pumice photography mission. Okay, so they're going to be taking pictures of pumice formations in Japan, I'm assuming. And you'll be able to download those, so that'll be interesting. Aurora photography, that should be fun. But what's this one all about? Corn photography. What is that? I don't know what that is. I'm going to have to do some, do a little more investigation on that and find out what this corn photography is all about. That cracks me up. Oh, wait, maybe we can look right here. Let's see. It relies on imports. Oh, they're spying on us. They're trying to see how we grow corn. Look at that. They're going to be looking at, quick, someone put a shield, put a Faraday cage, put a shield around South Dakota. I'm wondering why they're looking at South Dakota and not Iowa. That's interesting. Okay, so that's what's going on there. Aurora photography, I think we all get that. And then, yeah, this is in Okinawa prefecture for the pumice stuff. All right. Pretty interesting stuff. Let's check out the corn. Okay. Let's see. Corn spies. There's got to be, I'm sure there's some good jokes in there somewhere. A gyro mission. I don't think that's really anything related to radio that we're going to be able to take advantage of. But they do have an APRS mission, so they're going to have a digipeater on board. So that's cool. And then what's this SIGS mission? Solar cell cells. Maybe this is just trying out a specific or a new set of solar capability. Okay, that all sounds pretty cool. Let's see what this shows us. Okay, here's our digipeater. Here is our telemetry, our camera, and the gyros all transmitting GMSK on 70 centimeters. Very cool. And then so a little bit of CW stuff there as well. What do you guys think about them spying on our corn crops? That's interesting. Let's see. They end up getting sued by Monsanto. I don't know what's going on there. I missed that. Corn. Yeah, for sure. All right. Corn. So that's what's happening there. I also wanted to point out this other, I don't talk about this nanosats database much, but you guys can find out some information there about some of those new satellites as well. But here's our main topic, right? So I guess I should put up the graphic for this. This is our late shift downlink. We're going to talk a little bit about AMSAT's 43rd annual AMSAT Space Symposium. And it's going on here in Phoenix, Arizona. Right, they got it going on here in one of the hotels. And here, let's see. Oh, I got to make sure I'm human. Well, that's good. So they've been out there for a little while. They had a board of directors meetings. They did some voting to establish the latest. I think 4 directors got voted in this go round, but yeah, they don't really. Oh, here we go. Let's say see below symposium. Here we go. Friday. So here are the various topics. So if you go out there and you look on the AMSAT webpage, or I'm sorry, on the AMSAT YouTube channel, you're going to see, I think it's about a 4-hour video or something, right, for today's activities. And, you know, so they do some intros, right? That's all interesting. Great. Well, let's do this. Let's do this way instead. Let me see. Let me get back to here. And I'll tell you about each of these little sessions in case, that way you guys know what's kind of going on in each of these, if you can't already tell by just the name. But this young fella right here, he does a great job. He's talking about how to include some sort of propulsion system in Cubesats, right? And, if you think about it, that can be a heck of a challenge when, here, do I have this queued up? I do. That can be a heck of a challenge here to try to figure out how you're going to get some sort of propulsion system, right? Some sort of system that actually is the system itself, some sort of fuel, or, what's powering the system, right? Those things all take up space. They require power. They add weight, right? So it's an interesting challenge for how you add propulsion to a CubeSat form factor, right? And he talks about various different options that AMSAT is investigating right now, because, they're interested for a few different reasons, right? They want to be able to change orbit. Maybe they want to climb to a higher orbit to get an increased footprint for their communications certain times. They also want to do it for crash avoidance, right? It's pretty amazing when you think you got something like AO7 that's been up there for 50 years and it just hasn't run into some sort of space junk that's, disabled it, at this point. And then the other thing they're really interested in is being able to do more controlled deorbiting. So, hey, New Zealand in the house, welcome. So, it's a really interesting talk. And the other thing that's pretty interesting is they have a few of the different systems there, right? So that, people can look at them, see how big they are, touch them, feel them. And, there's all different types of fuel systems. And they talk about some of the challenges in, engaging those fuel systems, whether it's, how do you get something that's, kind of first of all, you're just a hitchhiker on most of these missions getting a CubeSat launched, right? So you're almost an afterthought, right? You've got this, you've got no weight. You carry no weight. You've got no influence. You are basically begging a ride on some of these other missions to get your little CubeSat into space. And so nobody's going to take on the risk of you putting some sort of material on that rocket, on that flight system, on that deployment system that could ruin that that whole multi-million-dollar project, because you want to be able to fly your 4-inch CubeSat around. So you've got to have something that's inert, that's not going to cause a problem in getting it to space. And then you got to find some way to engage this fuel system. So I don't want to give all the fun away. This is a really interesting talk. He's got some good slides. He's got some of these, hands-on things. The thing he's doing right here, and I don't want to ruin it. I want you guys to go out and check this out. One of the propulsion systems is water-based, steam-based, and that's what this little guy is right here. And the right side of the square-looking thing is kind of the control piece, and then the left portion of that, the skinnier portion of that, is actually the propulsion system. And so they demonstrate how that thing works, right? Since it's steam, you don't have to worry about fumes or, any of the other potential issues that you might have in trying to do this with a group of people. So go check that out. See how these satellites may be maneuvered in space here, these AMSAT Cubesats at some point, potentially with steam. So it's pretty good stuff. Yeah, you think the TSA is bad. Yeah, for sure. So that's one of the talks, and that's a really good talk. Certainly worth checking out. Now, another one here that's pretty interesting as well is one on the Fox Plus program. And the Fox Plus program is a kind of commodity satellite program. The way that they describe it is trying to create a system that allows you to use off-the-shelf components so that you can very quickly and relatively cheaply put a satellite together to be able to throw it up at a moment's notice, right? So if all of a sudden, the next Japanese high school misses their launch date, they're not going to be able to get their satellite done in time, and you've got 6 weeks to get a satellite in space if you've got one available, right? The idea with this Fox Plus program is, you have a bunch of relatively inexpensive parts that are commodity type parts. They're over-the-counter parts. You can quickly put a satellite together, fill that opening, and get another AMSAT amateur radio satellite in space, given the opportunity. So I think that's pretty cool. Let's see, 2B Coppins. Aero antenna in the mail. Hey, that's awesome. Congratulations. You are going to have a blast with that, my friend. So that's a decent chat as well. Now there's another one here that's a command and control discussion. Little more technical, little more in depth. If that's your thing, you'll enjoy this. If, getting into, kind of that very granular detail will gloss you over, you might want to skip this one. Okay? Just trying to give you guys some tips here on what you might and what you might not like. All right. Eris did a presentation as well talking about amateur radio on the International Space Station. It was a good chat. The biggest portion of the chat, I would say, though, was talking about the success of the Fram to Ham activity that they did here earlier this year. And this thing really was, this is probably the thing that was the most impressive example of how to get youth engaged in ham radio that I've seen in my ham radio career. So it's certainly interesting to, certainly if you were involved in this, you participated in this, it's kind of nice to see a little bit of the behind the scenes stuff there, and hear about, how successful this program was. All right, Tim, thanks for showing up. We're only 10 slides in. We can start over for you, buddy. All right, let's see. Yeah, Paul, you will certainly enjoy that command and control discussion. It's good stuff. All right, let's see what we got up next. AMSAT did a presentation about their youth initiative, what they're doing as an organization to try to promote ham radio in space. Right, so this was pretty interesting too. They talk. they've got several different types of initiatives within this overall program. So it's just nice to see that there's a big focus around trying to get kids involved here, because, you know, to me, this should almost be like cheating, right? Getting kids excited about anything related with space is like as easy as it gets. All right, so that was interesting. And then the day wrapped up with a discussion or a presentation from the ARDC, right? We love the ARDC here. And, you know, nice job talking through a little bit of the history, you know, everything from 44net to, you know, some of the big projects that they've got going on. All right, I am looking for something here, and I don't know what I did with it. Let me find it real quick here. So those were, you know, the primary sessions. Save one. And that's the one that I really want to talk about tonight. Here it is. That's Jim White from the ARDC. And so if you guys go back and look at that schedule, you'll see all the different presenters. If you guys are familiar with any of the folks in AMSAT, you'll see a lot of familiar names. All right. But here's what really got me excited and the topic I was most interested in. I had not heard about this at all prior to watching this presentation. Okay, this is put out by Jim McCullers. It's WA4CWI, and he presented his brand new application called OsTrax, right? Now, he didn't seem committed to a name. He said some people were calling it OsTrax. He's calling it OsTrax, kind of like Oscar orbiting satellite, OsTrax. So I think we'll call it OsTrax. Okay. And that's what it looks like. It looks pretty doggone good, right? If we're just going to give a grade for a interface, just, you know, any application, I'd say that's pretty good, right? If we're going to put it in the category of an interface for a ham radio application, I'm going to say this thing is like a freaking home run, right? I mean, this thing looks great, especially, you know, this could be a replacement for gPredict, certainly. You know, I think it's got gPredict squarely in its sights. And, you know, there's some other applications out there. There's some newer applications out there. But this is brand spanking new. And it is, I think he's got it slated right now for release in early 26, right? So they're just about 3 months away. He said that they've got this, you know, they're kind of doing their final punch list. They're getting their marketing engine revved up. They're going to, you know, do some advertising around it. And, you know, that may perk your ears right away, right? As soon as you hear somebody's putting money into advertising or marketing, that likely means this is not going to be free. And it's not. Now, they've not set the price for it. Jim did not talk about what the price, you know, where they're at in terms of pricing on this. But this is going to be a, you know, a for purchase application for controlling your radio, controlling your rotators, all that kind of good stuff. So here's what it can do. Well, first of all, tracking information, right? So it can take KEPs from AMSAT, Celeste Track, right? They can pull these in on a schedule. You can pull them in manually. You've got options around that. Yeah, you can set in preference if you want it done on a specific time interval. You can do it manually, right? You can do it however you like. You can also input your own KEPs, right? So if they're not being published yet, or if there happen to be some errors in, the early KEPs and you need to update them, you can do that as well. Okay. And then in addition to being able to update the KEPs, they're also going to maintain a repository of the satellites with all of their capabilities, right? So one of the things we talked about a couple of weeks ago in gPredict when we were setting up a brand new satellite, we added in the KEPs ourselves. We had to also add in all of the capabilities, right? If we wanted to be able to take advantage of those within the application. So they're going to be doing that as well. Lima Bravo 4 Fox. Nice to see you out there. Welcome. Let's see, who else do we have? Anybody else joined? I miss anybody? Lima Bravo 4 Fox Hotel. Sorry, I think I left the hotel off there. But welcome. We're just talking about a brand new satellite tracking software called OsTrax. Okay. So, you can update it like you would expect you should need to be able to update it. It's got some capability to customize the maps. You can customize the colors. You can customize whether or not you want to see the day-night transition. You can customize the colors that are used to represent the pass, right? In this example here, they're using red for the part of the pass that has already passed. They're using green for what's in the footprint, and they're using that orange or yellow for what's to come. And you can update those, right? Certainly if anyone is colorblind and you have various, types of colorblind, you can change some of those colors. In addition to being able to change the colors, if we go back here and just take a quick look, right here we can see again, they're using red and green, right? Which, there's a red-green colorblind. One of the other things that they're doing, if you want, is you can add additional icons to the screen so that if you can't see the color, you can see the icon. You can see the legend for certain items, right? So he's got his ADA hat on and he's trying to do the right thing by, folks that have color challenges, which is great. Hey, Charlotte, welcome. Good to have you out there. All right. All the things you would expect, right? In addition to, the nice big map here, being able to make adjustments, see what you want to see in the map. You've also got some options here, for time. You can show it in your local time. You can show it in UTC. You can show how much of the pass has already finished, how much of the pass is left, right? With your, it starts out in that top left corner. Right corner. Well, I guess both of these, I don't know if I've got a screenshot here, but this is showing how much is left until LOS, right? So there's still 3 minutes and 32 seconds in the pass. OsTrax. No, it does not have a GitHub page. This is a commercial venture. And we'll come back to some of those details here. And it's getting ready to be launched at the beginning of 2026. Okay. Some other things you can do here, right? I grabbed this screenshot because it lists some of the radios that it supports, right? So I think I've got another slide here, but you can see the dialog box here. You know, everything is very well designed, laid out real nice. But this may be easier for you guys to see, right? Here's some of the radios that it supports, right? You got your host of ICOM radios. You got a bunch of new ones in there. You got some older ones. Hey, they got the 2730 in there. Of course, they got the 9700. They got the 705, right? And various other radios. Now, you also have the ability to designate a radio as just a receive radio or just a transmit radio. So if you're running multiple rigs, you can do that as well. Got a couple Kenwood radios. There is support for SDRs as well. And then you've got some Yaesu rigs in there that it supports right now as well. 7001. Yeah, let's go back. Let's see. I wonder if that's a typo. I'm thinking that's a typo. Right? I don't see that here in the slide. I see a 7,000. So I think that's a typo. Good call. Look at 45 being all over it. Holy smokes. I thought you slept through most of these 45. Oh, thanks, Eric. I see you got that question out there. You can use the 705 for satellites. Yeah, it's got 2 meters, 70 centimeters. No, it's got 2 meters and 70 centimeters as well. And it can do SSB. So you got a lot of folks, folks that got some cash to burn. They'll actually use 2 705s in their portable satellite rig. It's not full duplex, so that's the bummer. It's not full duplex, but it is 2 meter, 70 centimeter SSB. All right, let's see. Naps. Okay, so that's the dealio there. It also supports a number of different rotators. Okay, and that's what this dialogue is about here. Now, I didn't get to attend these sessions live, so I didn't get to ask questions. But, I'm not familiar with some of these rotators, right? I'm more familiar with the 550, the 450, and then the combined kit, the 5500. So I'm not familiar with these other Yaesus. Maybe some of you guys are. But, another great satellite and EME rotator is this Alpha Spid. That thing is a beefy, heavy-duty rotator. It's more of a worm drive type of rotator. And, you've got some other options, I guess is the point. So he did mention that it will support a generic rotator spec. I'm trying to remember what that's called, Eric. There's a term for that. I can't recall off the top of my head, but it does support that generic spec. And this is V1 of the product, right? And Jim did say that he is already knee deep into V2. So, this is, like I said, it's a commercial venture. He seems, first of all, he's been an satellite operator for a long time, right? This was born out of frustration with other apps, which, I think we've all experienced that level of frustration with, our 1990s style ham radio apps. But you know, he's got, you know, certainly more than an MVP, minimum viable product, here in his first release, but you know, he is continuing to develop this as well. And some of these are just another thing that you can do here is you can select the mode that you're operating. Right, so if you're working a particular satellite and you come into this dialog and you change the mode, it will update all the settings. Provided your rig is capable, it will update all your settings on the rig, and that could be changing the mode. Well, that's basically what you're probably going to be changing, is the mode. Let's see. What am I missing out there? An FTX in full duplex. I'd say an FTX in full duplex that goes on a diet, right? Maybe one that's half the weight as well. Yeah, it's impossible to make that cable, and then boom, there it is. I think that's just our buddy being uninformed, right? I don't think John gets the best support necessarily all the time in these new radio releases. But anyhow, right? So this has rig control as well, obviously, right? Also for your Doppler compensation. What else am I showing here? What's this one? Oh, this is setting up these are your pass groups. So you can go in here, and this is the dialog to set your pass group. So all the satellites you're interested in tracking, right? And there's also automation associated with this. So you can set up automation for these passes, and you can do things like, okay, I've got a slow rotator. I want to make sure my rotator starts to get into position 2 minutes before the pass, just to make sure I get there, right? Some of those types of things. Yeah, that's Eric. That's a good, so here's what I've been contemplating. I've got an 818 and an 817 now. I've been contemplating buying a 705 as my receive radio for a portable linear station. So still use the 818 for the transmit. That could be the 817 would be my backup radio to that, and then I use a 705 to receive, so I can take advantage of the waterfall. And it's a newer radio. It probably has better sensitivity than that 818 does. So curious about your thoughts on that, and anyone else, if you guys have thoughts on taking that approach. Yeah, that'd be a good combo. I think so as well. I mean, I can't see buying two 705s. Plus, what's the 705 is what, 5 years old now? And ICOM seems to be in that let's rev radios mode. I'm almost afraid to buy a new 705, thinking there might be a 705 Mark II right around the corner. Yeah, you're not kidding. That's what, whenever I was able to pick up that 817 for $250, man, bam, gotta have it. Even if I didn't need it at $250, I gotta have it, right? Because I'm gonna know somebody who could take advantage of it. All right. So what else does this thing do? Let's see. It can, you can do some basic logging with it and export that to some different formats, right? To upload into your other applications if you like. Let's see. Define map coordinate points showing contact possibilities in location, or I don't know what that means. This different footprints. Oh, I also just somebody had asked the question before the stream started if I've considered having any live guests as opposed to dead guests. But I did reach out to Jim tonight and, said, hey, I'd love to have you on a live stream to show off and demo and talk about OsTrax. And he already sent an email back. So we're going to chat later next week. He's got a whole nother day of symposium and maybe a couple of days of enjoying some nice weather down in Arizona. But I'm hoping we get Jim on the stream here before too long, and we can get a firsthand opportunity to look at the application and ask him some questions, directly. What else do we have here? Oh, run multiple instances. So that's that's curious, right? That's, I have to think about how one might want to do that, but it's nice to know that there's an opportunity to be able to do that. Past predictions, right? That's kind of goes with the territory. That's kind of a given. And user pass tracking. This is more, he talked about this being more of a feature that certainly wouldn't be used by everyone, but if you're investigating pass or orbit, if you have some sort of need to investigate a satellite's orbit, there's a way to control that in a more manual fashion. One of the other things I thought was pretty cool that he demoed is when a pass is coming to an end, you've got an extend the pass button, right? In some cases, certain applications, when you get to the end of the pass and it recognizes you're at the end of the pass, you're at the end of the pass, it's done. But sometimes you can still hear activity when the pass is supposedly over. And so you can extend the pass. So it's got, it's got a little button there that you can just hit it if things are cooking and you can still hear. You can stay engaged in the pass. Here's the other thing that I was just super thrilled about. It's going to be available on Windows, Mac, and Linux Ubuntu flavors out of the gate. Right now, there may be opportunities for it to be available on some other flavors of things, but the commitment is Windows, Mac, and Ubuntu flavors at launch, which is another huge winner, right? Because I'd love to put this on my ham radio laptop, which is a Linux laptop, right? That would be my preference. So, very cool. OsTrax. Now, it says it's coming to your space soon. It's not coming too soon, though. He doesn't have his cert up there yet. And, there's nothing out there on the website yet. So you guys are going to have to keep your eye on this. Now, I saw that the domain, I don't know if Avenstar is, well, you know what? Let's just look. I'm curious. Now, Jim is a professional programmer, right? This isn't just some thing he's trying to learn on the fly. This is his livelihood. He's a professional programmer. So I thought that might be maybe his company where he sells some other stuff, but it doesn't look like he's got anything out there. And it very well maybe, I don't know. But I'm really hopeful we can get him on the channel, get a chance for him to demo, right? I mean, it's been working. He's been using aspects of the system in his own shack for about 3 years. So talk about extended alpha. And then he's got a number of beta testers as well. And like you said, they're kind of hitting their punch list. They're in the home stretch, getting ready to push this thing out. I think that may be, is that my last slide? It's kind of my last slide. Let's go back to this real quick. Let's go back to this just real quick. I didn't like that. I guess it's got to check me again. Yep, sure does. Now it's going to make me even click. Come on, Cloudflare. Okay. Let's go back here. There we go. So this, the OsTrax presentation, I think is the third presentation in. So if you guys are interested and you just want to see that, he's got a bunch of little clips and stuff that he's running. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what the setup is at the symposium there. I don't know if maybe he had to use their laptop and he had to provide slides. I don't know what the deal was. But instead of him actually operating the software, he was running a bunch of little demos. So certainly check that out. All right, let me get caught up here in the chat and see what's going on. Let's see. Yeah, that D75 is a fantastic HT. I do like that HT. And it, it has some of the same features that I love on the ID50 as well. I mean, that's a heck of an HT, right? Both of those are two of my favorite HTs. Someone needs to take my 705 and try. Nightcry, have you checked into just sending it in and see what they'll charge you to get it fixed? 45. You don't think they're gonna rev that thing? I don't know, maybe. Here's why I think they might. This whole platform started with them on the 7300. They extended the 7300 to the 705. I'm sure they used a lot of the learnings from that activity to go into the 905, right? All those things are, at least, if not brothers and sisters, cousins, right? And since they already have a revved 705, right? I think it would be just so doggone easy for them to do the exact same thing, right? Follow the same playbook. And my guess is, right, they're pretty smart. They're pretty crafty. I'm sure that they've developed that in such a way that it can easily be transitioned to those other platforms. I would not be surprised at all, right? I mean, despite what you think of Yaesu, love them or hate them, they are cranking out the radios. And, everyone comments on the fact that they are cranking out the radios. So, I think just to get more volume out there, it's probably not a bad idea to rev the 705. All right, that's the way I think about that anyhow. Let's see what else is in here. Ooh, 800 to send it in. Ouch. Yeah, I mean that might be your best bet, is to, you know, sell it for parts, right? Take it to a show and sell it for parts. Let's see. Oh, look at that. If they update the 705 in less than 3 years, I owe you a Coke. All right. I'm writing that down. I'm putting that on my note card. And then I'm going to put that on my calendar. All right. So we're going to say less than 3 years from today. I won't even take till the end of the month. We'll say 3 years from today. Hey, if I can win a Coke off of 45, I'll take it. All right, let's see. Oh, Charlotte, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you hanging out as long as you can, and safe travels. And yeah, hopefully you'll have some Wi-Fi and be able to get back in. We'll keep an eye out for you. Yeah, it was definitely time for an update on the 7300, no doubt about it. Let's see, took the Belton twice. Nobody wanted it for 200, huh? Yeah, I guess it's tough. I mean, you probably have to catch somebody at the right time, right? Let's see. Yeah, I do not know about if that'll work with the 705 or not yet. I mean, that should. It certainly should. You would think it would. Oh, via Bluetooth. Look at that. KC2BKM. Welcome, buddy. Good to see you out there. Okay, a TS480 SAT. Doesn't do satellites very well. You know, I've never operated that radio. I mean, doesn't that have 2 meters, 70 centimeters? Or is that misleading? I'm not that familiar with that radio. All right, let's see. Eric's got the screwdriver out. All right. So let's just take a quick look here and see. So those were the topics. Let's see. Intro. Yeah. So this is the one that you want to watch here. If you want to get the skinny on OsTrax. Like I said, I think this propulsion one was also really good. It was really interesting. I thought the Fox Plus one was also very interesting. The command and control one, you gotta be wired for that. The Aris one, I mean, I think the Aris one is, interesting. There's a lot of kind of repeated information I think a lot of people know in there, but Frank does a great job kind of recapping Fram to Ham, which was kind of fun. And then watching Frank's youth initiative was good. And then, Jim's ARDC stuff. But let's talk about tomorrow. So if you guys are interested in checking out more of what's going on at the symposium, right? They kick off at 8 a.m. That's 8 a.m. Mountain, right? Oh, good. They do have it down here, right? So that's 8 a.m. Mountain. And you can see what they've got going on. They've got lots of stuff around the CubeSat sim. Let's see. I'll be interested in those. I'm going to try to catch those. I'm going to try to catch some of these live because they are taking questions live as well. They're taking questions from YouTube, which is great. Let's see. Telemetry for Fox Plus. Yeah, so this one here might be interesting too, right? To see, right? Remember, Fox Plus is the off-the-shelf commodity commodity parts project. It'll be interesting to see how they're making telemetry happen in that scenario. Let's see. New use for the Fox and MESAT 1. Whole orbit data algorithm. I have no idea what that is, so I'll probably check that out just to see what's going on. Here's a power supply for the Golf T series. Get an update on the Golf T. And if you guys aren't familiar, right, this is Golf is greater orbit, larger footprint, right? So this is talking about getting into medium Earth orbit to get a larger footprint on our satellites, right? So that's what the whole Golf project's around. That's what that's all about. So yeah, so there's some good stuff in there, right? So you can pick and choose what you want to watch, or you can just wait and zip through it on YouTube at a later point if you're not an early bird. That's going to be rough for me to get up, well, we'll see how late we go tonight. One thing that I always struggle with, right? I mean, I've got that got to be up late bug, but I've also, is my mic a little hot? Has my mic been too hot, guys? Let me know if that's been hot. I'll turn that down just a little bit. It looks like I might have been peaking a bit. I've got that night owl gene, but living on a ranch, that doesn't mesh real well. There's a lot of early mornings, lots of chores on the weekends. All right, so that's the late shift, or that's the late shift downlink. Okay, let me get the chat here again. Now, where do you guys want to go from here? So it's about an hour 18 in. I've got some other things that we can chat about here. I can toss them out and see if you guys are interested. Certainly, if you guys have some hot topics, we can try to come around to those as well. Well, you know what? We had a couple. Oh, wait, I see somebody hailing me out there. There was no audio clipping or distortion, so sound was good. Excellent. I turned it down just a smidge. I was peaking just a bit. Mike's been fine. Good. Glad to hear it. Okay. So I know what I wanted to come back to. One of the earlier squirrels. Somebody in the chat had mentioned something about mysterious, I guess it was mysterious radio signals. I don't know if if that gentleman is still in chat, but I am curious about this. Here we go. So this looks like it's here we go. So NPR. Do we trust NPR? We'll look at a couple of different sources. People get really weird about Elon. And so I never, if I see news about Elon, I never take it at face value from a single source. People just get weird about Elon. All right, so we see a classified network of SpaceX satellites is emitting a mysterious signal. Are you guys tuned into this? Let's see here. I am not. So when I saw that gentleman mention that, I certainly wanted to see what was going on here. So satellites associated with Starshield appear to be transmitting to the Earth's surface on frequencies normally used for doing the exact opposite, sending command from Earth. Okay. So I'm curious, Starshield. I wonder if any of the Starshield doesn't look like it's, and if these are, these might not be generally, this might not be information that's generally available to the public. Alien transmissions. Let's see. Got a long drive taking off. LB4 FH. Thanks for stopping in. And hey, we may be around for a while, so when you get where you're going, come on back. All right, let's see. Did somebody else say they were Bolton? That was it. Okay. All right. All right. So it doesn't appear. This is a classified satellite. It just might not be in the database. Let's see. I was curious if they would actually list what frequencies were involved. Let's see. Starshield's unusual transmissions have the potential to interfere with other scientific and commercial satellites. An amateur satellite tracker in Canada. Hey, Scott Tilley, nice work. Who's Scott Tilley? Why's he got a link? Oh, he's got... All right, let's see. I don't think I know who Scott is. Eric, I don't know if you're familiar with Scott or EOD. I don't believe I follow him. I'm going to have to add him. Yeah, he's got some interesting stuff out here. I'm definitely going to have to add him. Okay, cool, cool. Let's see. Caught by the wrong antenna. The discovery of the signal happened by chance. Tilley monitors satellites from BC. Working on another project. Doing a little scan. What do you call that? Do you call that star driving instead of war driving? Just a clumsy move with the keyboard. Oh, okay. So he's got it out here between 2025 and 2110 megahertz. Interesting. So he took it to a catalog. He's got to be talking about SatNOGS, right? This has got to be talking about SatNOGS. Interesting. Wait a minute. Did he just try to do the same thing we tried to do? Let's see. Let me look at... Starshield. I think that's what I searched for. A couple different iterations. So it doesn't come up there. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to go check some of the other areas within SatNOGS and see if we can find it. That's pretty interesting, though. It's unclear what the constellation is up to. I'm wondering if it's just That could be. Right? Maybe they just did it. Maybe they weren't allocated that space, but, ask for forgiveness later. Who knows? I'm going to certainly have to do a little more reading on this. This is a great topic. So thank you again. That gentleman may have left. But cool topic. Certainly something to get more familiar with. Uh, 2067.5 is supposedly the Starshield signal. Is that a telemetry signal? I'm wondering where you found that. Drop it in there if you can. Probably can't drop a link, but just tell me where you found it. We'll take a look at it. All right, that was one squirrel. Here's let me see. Here's another squirrel I'll throw at you guys. So let me make some room here. Let me get my overhead cam. Let's see. Always makes me a little nervous. All right, let's see. We got some space here. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to share with you guys a new pack that I'm building out. So this is one of those Maxpedition legacy packs. Right? I've got just a boatload of these things, and I use them for all kinds of stuff. I think I've showed some of these to you guys in the past. This is a size I have not had, and full disclosure, the Maxpedition folks did send this to me, but I promise you I've bought a lot of this stuff. This is the Beefy pocket organizer, right? Part of their legacy group. Come on. There we go. So that's what we're talking about. And this one's in wolf gray. This is the first one I've ever had in gray. And the reason I got it in gray, and my purpose for this, here we go. My purpose for this is to keep some communications extras, bonus stuff in my truck. So today's trucks have these big, huge consoles in them, right? And they've got these enormous wells that I think maybe the best use for them. I know in some cases, a lot of these guys, I know Chevy does this, GMC does this. One of the things you can get in that huge console is a 12-volt refrigerator built right into the console, right? It tells you how big these consoles are. But you've got lots of room in there, but it's like a big bucket, and you need some organization if you're going to put some of that stuff, if you're going to use that space, right? Otherwise, it just becomes kind of a mess, right? And so I've got a couple of these Maxpeditions. This will be the second one I've got in there. I've got some Eberly stock. I've got a padded Eberly stock bag that I use for some binoculars that I keep in the truck. But I wanted to have some extra communications gear. And I saw somebody ask if there was a Velcro back. No, that's not Velcro, right? This is their Molly type system. And you know, the way they do theirs, instead of building the straps into the system, right? They do them as extras. And I put a different color on here, hoping it would show up a little better. And so I've got, you guys may be able to see that. I've got this strapped in here, and this is something I want to have handy, right? This is a Benchmade cutter for seatbelts, right? So I don't want to have to open anything up to get to this. I want it right out on the, I want it as quickly accessible as possible. So I just mollied that to the back of the bag. I've got an extra one here in case I need to tie this bag into something else. Okay. Kyle, good to have you out there, buddy. Let's see, $26.89 on Amazon. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm gonna have at least a short coming out on this little pack. We'll see. I don't know that it's I'll be able to do a whole video on it. But you know, I mean, it's a pack, right? But I'm certainly going to put a short out there, and in this video and in the other videos that I do on this, whether they're shorts or not, I'll put an affiliate link out there if you guys are interested. But you know, so this is Velcro, right? So you got a Velcro patch on the front of it. This is just a Right in the Rain big, I don't know if you guys have ever used these pencils. These things are phenomenal, right? It's a big beefy lead. You're not gonna bust that off like you will a lot of other pencils. And then I just have a carabiner in here, just because you can use them for all kinds of stuff. And this is a real carabiner, right? This isn't one of those little fakies, right? This is one that's rated for actual climbing, right? So you can close it, lock it out so that it's not going to accidentally open, right? But I mean, even just for something as simple as if you wanted to hang this up, right, somewhere, you can kind of do that, right? But quite honestly, it was an extra that I had. I've been looking for some place to put it in a kind of more organized fashion, and that was the winner right there. All right, I've got to before I show you guys the interior here, I've got to show you something else. I don't want to spoil it. Now, I don't know if you guys have had a chance to play with these new Baofeng UV-5R Minis, or whatever they're called. I think that's what they're called. I mean, I'm seeing them all over the place. So I said, you know what? I think I've got a good use for one of those. So I'm going to go ahead and get one. And I've not seen anybody who really demonstrates the size of these things, right? Yeah, I'll link the fatty pencil as well. That pencil is awesome. I'll link that. It's a Right in the Rain pencil. But this may help you guys understand the actual size of this UV-5R Mini. I've got it in my hand. The whole radio is in my hand, right? This is how small this thing is. I'm not, and of course I picked the green one, but this thing is tiny, right? They're tiny and they're cheap, and they've got a fantastic screen on them, right? Now, I'll switch the camera view over now. If you are patient, you can order it from, one of the little Chinese distributors, right? There's a few of them. You guys know who they are. And you can get them for like $13, $15, something like that, right? If you're less patient and you just want to get your hands on one, you can get them through Amazon, and they're about $20, right? So here's the kit. How small are these things? So I got a 2-pack, right? And these things fit in the elastic, not in the big elastic underneath. They fit in the little elastic on top. That's how small these things are, right? Here, let me turn it on again so you can see the screen a little better, right? I mean, these things, $15 or something. If you're, like I said, if you're not in a hurry, I mean, that's crazy talk, right? That looks pretty doggone good. And it's USB-C chargeable, right? I mean, it's just straight up kind of a no-brainer, right? So what did I get these for? So I'm going to normally have an HT with me. Turn that off. I'm going to normally have an HT with me. I'm going to have a radio in my vehicle. But how many times... Oh, Kyle, you got here at just the right time. How many times are you somewhere and somebody doesn't have their HT? Somebody forgot their HT, or somebody... Kyle just didn't bring an HT, right? To an event or a travel or whatever, right? Whatever you're doing. Wouldn't it be nice just to have a couple extras in a little itty bitty kit that you keep, make sure we got focus, that you keep in your truck in the glove box, right? So that's why I got these, right? So now I've got 2 of them. I've got one in green. I've got one in gray. They come in a couple of different colors. The prison version is actually a little bit more expensive. They charge you for the cool clear one, at least if you're buying it through Amazon, right? Oh, I shouldn't have jammed that in there. But let me go through the pack here, first of all. So, like I said, this is just kind of like another little pack that is easy to grab if I need communications equipment, right? If I need to give somebody a radio, or I don't happen to have a radio with me, whatever. So I've got a pair of gloves, right? It's always good to have a pair of gloves. So I've got a pair of gloves in here, right? Mechanics wear gloves. Those are great. I've got some Mastrant here, right? I've got a couple pieces of Mastrant here. Yes, these are the free samples that they give out at every Hamfest. Yes, if you're not grabbing at least 2 of those every time you walk by the table, what's wrong with you, right? They're free samples. Pick them up every time. They work for bootlaces. They work for, these things have, right? This is the 1/8 inch. This is their cheaper stuff, right? That's what they give out as their free samples. It's an 1/8 inch, but it's still 440 pounds, rated for 440 pounds, right? I mean, why don't you want, a couple of those kind of stashed anywhere and everywhere? I've got a real knife here, right? Just because you never want to be without a real knife. I've got a fake knife here, right? But this is a little fake knife that also has some scissors on it, has a corkscrew on it, right? So I didn't throw this in here for the knife. I threw this in here for all the other stuff. I've got a couple of different types of antennas. Why do I have a couple of different types of antennas? Well, because that's what came with these radios, right? So they have the full size. This is kind of funny, guys. So they give you the full size antenna. Now it's just like any other Baofeng, right? They do the connection opposite. They do the connection opposite of everybody else. So there's the great big unwieldy antenna that comes with the radio. Now, my kit was sold by Abri, and so they also threw in the stubby Abri. Let's see if I can get it to focus on. Come on back over here. There we go. You got the little stubby Abri. These things may be complete junk. I have no idea. I've not, this is a brand new kit I'm building. So I had the knife, had the Meshtastic node, had the flashlight. I'll show you the rest of this stuff. Had the gloves, had the cable, had the mastrant, had that little guy, had the carabiner. So I had most of this stuff. I bought the radios, I guess is what I bought. But I guess this is a more appropriate sized antenna, right? A mini antenna for a mini radio. I mean, if that works, and I'm sure it works okay, right? I'm sure it works good enough for a ham fest. I mean, that's pretty sweet little, right? That's pretty sweet little thing there. Of course, I'm getting the green screen effect. So am I going to keep these 4 antennas in here? I'm probably going to wait and see how these antennas perform. And, maybe I'll put something else in here. If these little guys perform, maybe I'll ditch those and put something else in here. What else do I have in? Oh, now I don't like belt clips on my radios. I like to just drop them in my pocket. Certainly with one of this size, you can get away with that. But, I'm thinking more often than not, this isn't a radio that I'm going to be using. This is going to be a radio that I'm going to give to somebody else, right? Who forgot their radio, doesn't have their radio, or whatever. If it happens to be a crazy situation, right? Licensed or not, that's not going to matter. And I want to give somebody a radio. But I've got the clips here. If I want to put the belt clips on, I just got them tucked in under another piece of stuff, whatever the stuff, this elastic stuff is in here. I got that. I've got a extra Meshtastic node, right? Another node. So again, if, I almost always have a node in the truck. I always have a node on my backpack. If I need to give somebody else a node, I've got a node, right? If we're in a situation where I need to give somebody a node, I can do that. Easy peasy. Tuck that thing back in there. And again, this is USB-C as well. So everything in here can be charged by USB-C cable. So I've got a USB-C cable in here. Now, it's an A to C, right? Because still A's are everywhere, right? That's likely going to be more common. And most of these things can't do any type of PD charging or anything anyhow, right? So that's that. I've got a Soltech flashlight. These are the ones that we all picked up in Orlando, I think, this past year, right? So it's got the little readout, right? Got the various modes, all the rest of that stuff. USB-C rechargeable as well. So everything in the kit can be recharged via USB-C. Got the cable. We got a couple A couple items there. We're in good shape. We've got a knife because you can never have too many knives. The easiest way to get to this is to fold this out. I don't know if you guys are familiar with these things, but right, they use at least a 500 denier type Cordura type fabric on these things, right? I don't know that they're actually using Cordura. I don't think they are, but it's hefty, right? This stuff is it's not flimsy by any stretch, and there's actually a zippered pocket in here that's difficult to get to unless you know this trick, right? You have to turn this kind of inside out is the best way to get to this zippered pouch, right? And then in this zippered pouch, I've got a Write in the Rain notebook, right? So, you know, if I need to leave the truck in a hurry, I need some sort of communication capability, I want to make sure I have a knife, I want to make sure I've got something to write on, right? That was kind of all in my thought process when I started to put this thing together. And so this is going to be the new addition to the pickup truck, which is green, has like a forest green exterior, and it's got a gray interior. And I was kind of curious what this gray looked like. Like I said, I don't have any of the Maxpedition stuff with the wolf gray. Well, I didn't. Now I do. So I'm kind of curious. What do you guys think of the pack? What am I missing? What else should I have in here? It's it's pretty full. It's definitely got a little bit of room. The other thing that just amazes me, when you start using these little packs and these little bags, it's amazing how much freaking stuff you can organize, right? Not just jam in here, but it's amazing how much stuff you can actually organize in one of these packs, right? And these things are just so well made, right? They're designed in the US. I think they're made in Malaysia, maybe Vietnam, made in Vietnam. Everything's double stitched. They got box stitching where they should have it. Double stitching here. This nylon banding here for their molly is really tough. It's not stretchy. It's the way molly should be. They always have YKK zippers, really good zippers, quality zipper pulls. I mean, they just, for $25 or whatever these things are, these things, you just can't beat them. Like I said, I've got a ton of them. I've got one that's spec'd out just with my travel kit for soldering. I thought of you, Kyle, whenever you guys were doing your solder project this, what was that, last night? I think it was last night. And, I've got everything I need to do soldering outside the shack, and then some in one of these Maxpedition packs. The other thing is when you have one of these packs, or a dozen of these packs, I don't know about you guys, but like when I see a cool knife, I usually buy it, right? I'll pick it up. So I've got like lots of knives, and I need places to put them. In these packs, right, I put a knife in every pack because, again, you never want to be without a knife, right? So it just gives you great organization of all your stuff. EOD, I see your comment there about makes it seem like they're always going out of business. I can understand that that comment, but I wonder, they always have these on buy one get one, right? There's always a BOGO deal on these, or there's often a BOGO deal on these. However, when you're buying them BOGO, they're usually, right, you're buying them off the Maxpedition site. They're usually a little bit more money. You're not always, but they certainly, you know, you want to check your pricing. Let's put it that way. Check Amazon before you commit. Before you buy on Amazon, check their website before you commit. I don't ever think I see them representing that they're closing these out or selling them out. I think that they just have certain gear that they always run those BOGOs on, right? And certainly, at least these come in two different flavors. You can get them in the standard flavor, and you can get them in the padded flavor, right? They have some that have some padding in them if you've got something that's a little more sensitive. I don't recall ever seeing the padded ones in a BOGO, but the standard ones I've seen many times in a buy one get one type scenario. But I mean, the quality, I mean, the stitching, I mean, it's not like you've got loose stitching anywhere. It's not like there's nothing sloppy on these. I mean, yeah, you can see there you got your YKK zipper. I mean, they use good materials, and they do a really good job. I mean, I think these are well worth the money that they charge for them. Now, I've one of the things I'm interested in trying out would be some of their bigger stuff, right? Some of their bags. But man, I'm still, you know, I'm still very loyal to Eberly stock. I mean, that stuff is just freaking bomb proof, and I've just never had a reason to try something else. But I think these guys would be worth trying, certainly. Well-made stuff. All right. Let's see. EOD. I'm wall-to-wall Maxpedition. Yeah, that's now EOD, is that because, I'm guessing it's because you bought it, and not because you were issued it. I mean, I'm sure this stuff doesn't get, right, this is, I can't imagine, this is issued. Now I do see that they have some Leo, you know, some stuff. They have a Leo line and some other professional lines, but I'm curious if that's just stuff that you bought, just readily available. Have you had good luck with yours? I'm curious. I mean, I've had a lot of these bags, you know, a lot of these legacy style bags. I've got them in every size. I've got that, you know, that the Platy. I really like the Platy. I took that, you know, the first bigger trip I took that on was when we went to Colorado this year. It held up great. Yeah, Eberly stock is a little bit more expensive. It certainly is. Not going to pretend it's not. But, I mean, even if I just think about, like, over the last 4 years, right, my current Switchblade backpack, I've had it for 6 years. I started going to Hamfests regularly 4 years ago, and I've taken that thing to every single Hamfest. And when I travel, I usually have to fly. I don't often get a chance to drive because I can't spend the time. I can't lose the time in the vehicle. I have to get there the same day. I have to get back on the same day type of deal. So I'm always kind of packed to the gills. I will not check a bag. So when I say I'm packed to the gills, that's my carry-on and my backpack. So those things they're packed, they're full. And somehow I always find a way to buy some stuff and cram it and jam it into my bags. I always take the Everly stock. I mean, that thing's been used and abused. It still looks like it's freaking brand new. Yeah, it's good stuff. I don't mind paying for something that's going to last and something that's not going to leave me stranded. So, all right, let's see. Yeah, Brian, Maxpedition's been around for a long time. I used to do a lot of competitive shooting, and a lot of guys would carry Maxpedition range bags, right? They would, I don't know if they still do. I haven't looked in a little while, but they used to have a whole line of range bags from, the type that are designed to carry thousands of rounds, meaning that, they can really handle some weight. Some of them that are set up to roll into the range, right? Some that are made to carry into the range, but Maxpedition was always really popular in the IDPA stuff whenever I was competing. Which Meshtastic node was that? So I've got, I'm going to have a video coming out on that. I think likely, maybe tomorrow, but likely Sunday. That's the Elecro. That's the Elecro Think Node M1. Spoiler alert, I really like it. It's got an e-paper screen. It's got some other features that I really like about it that I think are that are important for certain use cases. I mean, we're getting to the point where all of these Meshtastic nodes are pretty good Meshtastic nodes, right? They're all I mean, a lot of folks are using low power chips, right? They're using the NRFs or they're using, we're kind of beyond already, which is really kind of crazy when you think about it. We're kind of beyond the bad Meshtastic devices. And so really it comes down to the implementation, right? What's the form factor? What other type of features does it have that can separate it from another one? So it's, this guy here, it's got some unique features. And this here, I have to show this to you guys as well. Let me, right. So some of you guys may have seen this, right? So this is a prototype case. It's a Alley Cat design. But this has a button and a joystick. And so let's see if I know you guys have probably seen some of this, but you probably haven't seen all of it. I need to do a really good video on this. If I guess that's decent, but it's got a little joystick and I'm just kind of pushing that joystick up or down, right? And then you've got this button as well. Let me see what I'm doing. There's exit. But if you look at the bottom, there's like a little menu at the bottom. It doesn't stay up there very long. But this has, this has a different implementation. So, it's now kind of a different use case, right? This is kind of a desktop node, if you will, right? Where this is more of a portable node, right? This is more of a portable node, right? I've got all kinds of goodies around here. I'm trying to think what I had my, oh, here it is. I'm charging it, getting a charge on this T1000E, right? So I've got a video coming out this weekend on the Elecro. I'm still carrying this one. I like to carry these for a while before I do a video on them. But I'll be following up with one of these. I'll probably do a little short on this guy, just because it's so different. And it's going to take me a while before I'm ready to do a full video on this one. Let's see here. Eric says, I've got 2 nodes I don't know what to do with. Well, that's the big question, right? That's how we go from hobby kit to mainstream, right? You have to have an application. I had mentioned this a little while back. I've got nodes all over the house here, right? I've got just tons of them. They're everywhere. I think they breed. But I've got just nodes everywhere. And I couldn't get Trina to touch one thing. She didn't care about it at all. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Whatever. She had no interest in carrying one at all. Whenever I started putting the trace on one of the goats, and I showed her how sitting in the house, we just let the goats roam on the property. We're at the point they're familiar with the boundaries of the property. We've had good enough, we've had enough rain that there's still, a lot of food on the property. They don't have to leave the property. I've got barbed wire completely around the property, but they'll walk right through a barbed wire fence. That won't stop them, but they have no reason to leave if they've got food. And so we just let them roam the property. Well, you can walk outside and have no idea where the goats are at all. I mean, you just won't be able to see them, right? Depending on where they decided to go. We have a good chunk of the property that's wooded, and I like it that way, right? It gives the deer cover, it gives the other animals cover. The goats enjoy it, right? If I was raising cattle, I might not want to have all this wooded property or all this wooded land, but with goats, it's not a bad thing. But when I showed her how she can be sitting in the house and use her phone to pull up a map to see where the goats are on the property, that was it. Now she wants one. That was a, yeah, you got it, 45. That's nice. As soon as there was some practical application that took it from being, a toy to another thing that, is laying around the house somewhere, now she wants one, right? Now she'll use one. Now she'll carry one. Now she, and this is the form factor that will work for her, right? It's not, it's not the pager style, right? You guys can't see the Muzi works. It's not the, the bigger pager style. She doesn't want that, but she wants this. And for the application, this is all she needs, right? Because I've got a larger node. I've got a solar node on the barn. I've got one on the house. All she needs to do is connect from the living room to the one on the house, right? She doesn't need to have, the best antenna. So, the compromised antenna on these style of nodes will work. And it's easier for her to carry. It's easier to deal with. Now, the other one, I think that would be a great fit for her. And I don't have one of these because I never really wanted one, is the one that fits on your phone, actually, like will, MagSafe to your phone. That would be another great one that worked for her. All right, let's see. Gives the Charlie cover. I have a 6 by 10, 6 foot by 10 foot of outside area in my balcony. No room for goats. That's a shame, Eric. Don't know what you're missing, buddy. 675 inside. Gosh, I remember those days. I had some apartments like that. Solar node we built yesterday rocked it today in the sun. Nice. Getting that node in client mode outdoors makes all the difference in the world. Now, what I'm really curious about seeing, Kyle, is, you didn't hook up the light on yours, did I didn't see the very end of your stream. I don't know if Sterling stayed with the light or if he canned the light, but I'm really curious to see how that one does, right? Trying to use that smaller battery to power both the node and power that light, right? I think that's going to be a little too weak. Any screaming goats? No, I don't have any of those, though. I tell you, the goats are all fired up these days. So, they go in and out of heat. They're in heat right now. They're screaming, but not for the normal reasons that you would imagine. Wow. That's brutal, dude. Eric, that is brutal. $6,300 a month. Oof. Yeah, I saw you cut yours out. Sterling kept the light. Okay. Yeah, I don't think, and I think even on a, depending on how much action that node see, I think even on an overcast day, I don't think it's going to survive. You'll have to keep an eye on that. It'll be interesting. That'll be a good follow-up for you guys to do a follow-up on that video after a month or so, Kyle, as we start getting into the smaller window of sunlight. Y'all have a good night. All right, Night Cry. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Sorry to hear it, man. Have a good rest of your weekend. All right, so we talked about the pack. Let's see. We talked about this this see-through node. It's not really see-through. What else do we have? You guys have any other topics? Let's see here. Let me look at the laptop. I mean, if one thing I need to do, one thing I'd like to do is, I'm going to pull the power on this, is I want to set up those new Japanese satellites in gPredict. All right. Good to see you, Kyle. Good luck in your tennis game tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by, bud. Let me, let's see here. Where is... There it is. Hey, if you guys have a topic or something you want to chat about, just let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to update gPredict with those latest satellites. First thing I want to do here is let's update the KEPs. I'm just kind of curious. See how these JSOD, I don't know how you refer to those, the JSSOD32 satellites are. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Right, so you can see how these things are really starting to space out right now. And the ISS is actually caught up to them. You know, last week when we looked, the ISS was probably, right, relatively speaking, it was probably right here in South Africa. And now it's kind of caught up, right? Everything's moving in this easterly direction. They're coming across. Let me go ahead and just see what's going on over here, too. Which way's SO50 going? Oh, it's going south. Yeah, no really good passes in this window. Oh, let's see. Where'd you find the golf shirt? You know, I had I had a couple of questions about some of my some of these shirts and whatnot. So I'm always picking these up whenever I go to the ham fests. Now, a lot of times, here, let me share this. Let me share this with you guys. You guys may not be familiar. Oh, I'm typing in the wrong keyboard. Yeah, here it is. Let me. All right. So AMSAT has a Zazzle site. Right. So they have some stuff on their AMSAT site. They have some more stuff on Zazzle. Now, this is generally pretty generic type stuff, right? You can see it's all logo stuff. They do, like, here's an Oscar satellite. They got a Fox 1 satellite. So that, you know, they do carry some of these. I haven't looked here in a little bit. See if they've got anything new. So this is one place that you can look. I don't think they've got the golf shirt. I don't think I've ever seen the golf shirt here. No, it doesn't look like it. I picked the golf shirt up at one of the ham fests. So I always go stop by the AMSAT and Aris booth, say hello to everybody. And if they have any new t-shirts, I'll pick them up at the show. But this is probably your best bet, EOD, for picking up some of the merch. What mesh devices are you using on the farm and how are you utilizing them? All right, great question, Rob. And this is a video that I really need to finish. I've started this multiple times, but I tell you, this live streaming stuff has really slowed down my video production. But so here's what I'm doing, kind of broad strokes here on the farm. So I've got a Spec 5 relay that I bought. They didn't give it to me. They didn't I bought it straight out. I mean, they have provided me equipment for reviews, and then I give that equipment back to them when I'm finished with it. But this is something I just bought on my own. It's a little more expensive, and we talked about this a little bit last week, right? It's a little more expensive. However, I don't have to futz with it, right? I mean, I got enough stuff that I futz over. And sometimes I just want to buy something that works, right? And so I bought a relay and I put that on my barn, right? The things I like about the relay, it has an 8 dBi antenna. It has a larger larger antenna connection instead of an SMA connection. So many of the Meshtastic devices have SMA connections, and they're really hard to waterproof for the long haul, right? Where a full-size connector is a little easier to deal with. Certainly if it's an end connector, that's even better. But you know, it's got a better antenna. I like the fact it's got a bigger antenna connector, and it's also got a 12-watt solar panel. So I know that even on low solar days, with the two 18650s that are in there, and the fact that it's an NRF 5284 chip, I know I've got enough battery power and solar capability that thing's going to run through the winter, and I'm not going to have to get up on the barn and futz with it. So, you know, I was okay spending a little more money for something that I don't have to touch frequently. So I've got that set up on the barn. I've got a smaller Atlavaux node that's no longer available that I use here at the house. It's a solar node. It's got 4 18650s in it. It's got a smaller solar panel, but it's got more battery capacity, right? So I can still, I'm in that same ball game where I've got enough battery. I wish I had more solar on that, but I'm okay, right? I've got enough battery to carry me through several days, probably a couple of weeks of poor sun coverage. And then I've got so I've got those two set up. They're set up as clients. I've got them both set up so that I can remotely manage them through another node that I have, which is the new Spec 5 Delta Plus. Is that what that's called? No, that doesn't sound right. I'm getting that name wrong. Here, let me look. What is that thing? It's the Delta. Tag on it. What is that thing called? Trekker Delta. So it's the Trekker Delta. So it's this style, right? This has an 18650 battery in it as well. That's another reason I like that, right? I like having lots of battery in these. It's very helpful. And this has got the NRF chip in it as well. So this thing will run for days if I forget about it, right? So I have this set up. I've got keys set up on this so I can remotely manage those other nodes. And I have all of this on a short, fast network. So I don't have these on. We've got a big footprint of medium fast here in Wise County, a huge footprint that's running medium fast. most new people will run long fast. And so I have this with with my own encryption keys on short fast running, because that's enough that can cover my ranch. It can cover the land that I have here. And the communication happens quickly, right? I can see where the goats are, right? I've got it set up so that, and that's, anything that's running on the ranch that I want to monitor, or that I need to be on that LoRa network, is all kind of configured in that manner. Feels like I took like 2 days to explain all that, but I just wanted to give you all the detail. Hopefully that was helpful. Yeah, and one of the things I'd like to do on the stream, Rob, is show you guys how I have some of that stuff set up, right? Show you guys how, how I have the network configured, show you the nodes, show you where things are, show you how I remotely manage things, right? Let's see. EOD had a good question earlier. What should he add to his SSTV spreadsheet? So these are other satellites that are broadcasting SSTV. Trying to think where I've seen the best resource for that. I'm sure I've got it bookmarked. I need to spend a little bit of time this weekend, get those things posted. I'll add this to that list. I got to find that resource. Somebody's keeping track of that already, but it would be nice to put it on the EOD page. Yeah, I don't have that on immediate recall. Did we ever determine? Yeah, I think the difference here with the SAT box is that you can manually refresh those keps, where that's not necessarily the case in some of the apps. So I've got to be honest, though, I don't know that I've ever had a problem using an app to work a satellite, though. I don't know that I've ever like been skunked on a pass and go, wow, I don't think I was pointing at the satellite. If I've been skunked on a pass, it's probably because I did something stupid. I screwed up something on my radio or something like that. I don't know that I've ever felt like the keps in like ISS detector caused me a problem. Let's see. Okay, EOD. So you got the Fox and the Oscar one. Yep, those are cool. There you go. Eric threw out another one. So there is a second tab on my Excel. It's filled with plethora of sats. I don't know which are active or not. Yeah, I've really got to get those up on the S3 bucket. All right, let's see. What were we doing here? We were gonna do some updates here. All right, let's see. Configure. I have not looked. I guess the first thing I should do is just make sure that there are Let's see, do I still have them out here? I think I do. Okay, this one here, I might have to go back. Okay, here's the first one. Let's see if there are... Okay. So this has got space track caps. Let's see. Let's check this guy. Okay. Looks like we're in good shape as far as yeah. So we're in good shape. Hey, looky here. Somebody's already hitting this guy. Let's check this out. I had not seen this before. Okay, so let's see. Curious. Take a peek here first. Battery, some power stuff. CW mission pick on and off. I wonder what that is. Some temperature, some voltage, some battery stuff. I have to start try to grab some of this telemetry. It looks like people are having some success here. We've got decoded frames. That's awesome. All right, let's see. Why am I not seeing what I'm looking for? Oh, wait. Let's go back here. Let's check out the dashboard. Okay. Got some observations. Check this out. 332 beacons. Let's see. Do we have any of this stuff in here? Oh, man, look at this. So this guy's active. I tell you, a week in, and look at all this data. All right, now I'm really curious here. All right, there's that one. I want to go here real quick. Is that anyone? You got any telemetry for these ones that look nothing? I wonder if they haven't turned these on or if there's some problems. That's interesting. Right, these guys have been out since the 19th of September with no data. This guy's been out there since the 10th. And look at all this data. We can see we can see everybody who's contributing. That's cool. No data there. So now I'm curious. Let's go back to this guy and look at the observations. All right, let's see here. I don't want to see the scheduled items. I don't want to see the bad ones. Okay, to start with, let's just look at the good ones. Hey, 45, thanks for hanging out, buddy. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good weekend. I'm sure I'll see you on another stream. All right, let's see what we got going on here. This one's got 3 bits of data. Okay, let's see what it looks like. That's okay. I was going to say that wasn't terribly interesting, but here we go. Okay. And you can see what kind of pass this was. This was a 90-degree pass. Look at that, 89-degree pass. Bam. Okay. Oh, let me grab my... This is great whenever you're just reaching out or looking at a satellite for the first time and you want to know what it sounds like. Thinking we should see something right around here. Should hear something. Some CW. I don't know. I wish Kyle was still here. I wonder, that's probably maybe 20 words a minute. I don't know. Do we have any CW junkies? I'm guessing that's somewhere around 20 words a minute. All right, let's see what this is. Okay. Let's see if this is CW or something else. CW. Does this say how fast it is? No. Okay, so this is almost a good copy, right? So Botan is the name of the satellite. It almost, right, almost got that. That's interesting. Here's the information about the pass. Okay, so that's cool. So the CW sounds like CW, just like you'd expect. That was this guy here. Let's see what one of these 4800 GMSKs sound like or look like. See what the data is. Okay. Wow, that's pretty bright. Okay. What's the antenna system in the rig? So if we go, we're looking at this guy right here, right? This first submitted telemetry. If we click on the station, it'll tell us a little bit about the station, and some of these will tell you more than others, right? You get the QTH, right? That's the grid square. And okay, 2-element Yagi and an NESDR on a Pi 4. So that's the station that was successful in capturing this telemetry. Let's see what this is. Holy moly, that's loud. Sorry, guys. I was not expecting that. Dang. All right, let's turn that down. That was loud. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was about 20 words. Right, let's get up here. All right. So that sounds kind of interesting, right? Let's see what this pass was. Right? 19 degrees was the max. And, you know, this is a pretty good amount of data. Let's see what the, right here. And then you got to decode that. Remember we did that a couple of weeks ago? Yeah, so if it's AX25, they already do the decode for you. Interesting. Let's look at one more. Let's see what was. I want to pick a different station. UX. Let's see what this is. First of all, let's see what this station is. Okay, here we go. An egg beater antenna. Okay, outside Kiev. All right, let's see what we can do with an egg beater. Okay, as I would expect, right? A really high pass, 72-degree pass. That's what you would expect, right, for an egg beater to be successful. Sound like an old rotary phone. Hey, it did a little bit. That's a good call. I still have that turned down. So let's see if this looks like it's going to be very similar. But isn't that nice? Isn't that helpful? I mean, it's nice to know what you're listening for, to know if you're being successful, right? It's nice that you get all this information here, right? You know, okay, what their station looks like, gives you an idea of what you can expect or shoot for out of your own station. Pretty cool. Not bad. There's that NESDR. Oh, here's a QFH antenna. Let's see if they have a picture of it. Oh yeah, look at that. That is a cool looking antenna. Now, what's he got going on there? Does he have that at an angle? Boy, that's interesting, right? I wonder if it looks to be the case, right? This looks like it's probably vertical. And then this is some sort of stanchion here that gets that off to like a 45-degree angle. Look, he's dealing with some power lines there. I'm guessing those are power lines, right? Probably not an RF quiet environment. And let's see how he did. Oh, this is CW. Low angle pass, 18 degrees. Okay, we know what we should expect here. It should sound like CW. This looks like it's probably one there and one there. So let's just jump to it. I may have to turn this up. Yep. So that's pretty impressive, right? To be able to get that. Now, I mean, this doesn't look recognizable, certainly. But you can certainly hear that. There's no problem hearing it. And he's doing it from that QFH antenna on an 18-degree pass. That's pretty good. Let's jump to this one. I mean, you can definitely hear that. No problem at all. Using an RTL SDR. Pretty cool. Running bias power. So because that says it's got a bias T, right? You don't need that for the SDR. So this tells me he's also got a LNA. Ah, looky here. Decoded with our buddy GR SatNOGS. We're going to have to do a GR SatNOGS some night. Good. All right. Let's see. How are we doing? We still have, oh, we're still over 20. 20 is kind of my low water mark. As long as we're above 20, we can keep streaming. Chat really slowed down, so I wasn't sure. All right. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. Well, let me first just search. Here, let me do a little bit of looking here. I think I saw somebody throw something in the chat. Let me check that real quick. Just leave the stream open. Did anyone hit the Jamboree SSTV event? So we hit that. That was the first thing we talked about. That was postponed. That was the second thing we talked about. First thing we talked about is Netscape's birthday. But this was the announcement here coming from Aris. There were some other activities that took precedence over the SSTV event, and they're looking to reschedule that for mid-November. So you didn't miss it. Yeah, it was pushed. Yeah. Okay. Let me see here. Update transponder data. Okay. Now I'm curious if we're seeing any of those satellites yet. Let's see. Let's do a search. I'm just going to... Okay, so we have GHS. That's from the old group. We have Botan out there yet. Botan is not out there yet. All right, so we're going to have to add it manually. It's been a couple of weeks since I did this, so I'm going to create a new module. And this is JSOD. And I'm just doing this because I'm curious to kind of watch these as a group. Okay. Just double check. And then let's make sure I'm going to look. I'm not going to switch over. I'm going to check the alternate name. Okay, that's the alternate name. That is not there. Let me also do a quick check. Okay, so it's got a NORAD. It's got a NORAD ID, like not the temporary. So let's check that as well. And it is not there. No matter how we look for it, it's not there. Okay. That's not what I want. I don't think I want anything else in here. Yeah, I'm going to have to add some first. Let me cancel. Update TLE from local files. All right, so let me so this is right. This is the one I want to add. I can see that it's got a NORAD ID. Searched for that, couldn't find it, but we know that there's KEPs out there. Let's see. Space Track has them. Let me get logged into that. Okay. So I went out to Space Track. You have to create an account. Let's see here. Trying to remember which one of these I want. Maybe I can do it by satellite search. Oh, it did find it. Boy, that took a long time to find that. Nope, don't go away. So here's the TLE info. Just curious, does that match? I just want to see which NORAD, if it's using the temp NORAD or if it's using the final NORAD. $659, yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot. So the normal, the temp NORAD numbers usually start with 9. And right now, I think these are sequential. The assigned NORAD starts with a 6. All right. Okay, it just wants them with a, I think it's just, they do want the name. So what I'm looking for here is the format that's expected by gPredict to be able to load these files. Okay. Let's see here. What do I have on this? Okay. This is, we're going to just put it in as Botan. Okay, so that's the first one. It's actually the third one. Okay, good. See where you guys are. Make sure I'm not missing any questions here. Let's see. Yeah, scheduled spacewalk. A bird over the U.S. I thought it was a weather satellite. Yeah, I think it was this NOAA 18 that was over the U.S. Yeah, don't fall asleep with Vox. I'm sure you guys have come across that before, right? Have some poor guy snoring. Yeah, you can. You can definitely pull weather imaging off of weather satellites for sure. All right. Let me get back to this and let's see. Where'd that go? Did I must have. All right. Let's see. This guy is. All right. Let's grab one more. Get you guys back up on top. Hang on, what was that other one? Oh, yeah. YOTSUBA. Let's see if it has it. It's got it. Beauty. Actually, make sure I didn't mix them up. 65941. Yeah. All right, so we've got our TLEs. Let's go back to gPredict. Let's update TLEs from local files. That's the directory. Pulled in 3 new satellites. Okay, beautiful. Now, let's go ahead and go over here. That's all right. I don't need 2 of these open. Why? Oh, it was just a little slow. Okay, let me close. Get rid of that module. I don't want 2 of those. I don't want 2 of these. Let's get rid of that module. Okay. Let's create a new module. We're going to call this JSSOD33. And now we should be able to find our satellites. What was that other one? Gosh, this one's going to be tough for me to remember. Ikagaku. And just because I like to see the relationship to the ISS since they launched from the ISS, right? So kind of like we would expect, right? They're all kind of bunched up, right? Not like these guys that have been out in the wild, right? They've started to separate, but these guys are all bunched up, though, you know, the ISS is starting to separate from the group. So good. I've got those set up now. All right, let's see. You know, since other folks are having success here, especially with that Botan, let's see. These other ones don't seem to be pulling anything in. Yeah, nothing there. And nothing there. But this guy, baby, we're going to try that guy. Good deal. Let me see if we've got... oh, you know what I'll have to do? I've got to create a transponders file too. Ooh, I got to remember, how do I do that? How do I do that? All right, gang, how do I do that? We want to, is it here? Can you do it within here? I know it's a little bit of an odd place. Is it a right click here? Next pass, future pass. Oh wait, I think it's in here. Configure. Properties. No. Thought I remembered. I remember it's not as obvious. That OsTrax looks pretty good right about now, doesn't it? Let's see. Radio control, not radio control. Not antenna control. Configure, clone. Where in the heck is it? It's someplace weird. Okay. Let's see if it's in the help. These documents don't look great. Okay, so edit, update TLE from network. Oh, you have to put it in a folder. All right. That's right. That's why it's kind of a screwball-y thing. All right, let's leave that and say it's TRSP. Yeah. Okay. Oh, where did that go? Come back here. Boy, that's a mess. Okay, so you name it the file. Let's just see what one looks like. That one doesn't have very much to it. Okay. Let me see. We could try to create one, or we can try to find one. I didn't misspell it. I think I'm going to have to create it. What do you guys got going on? Let's see. Oh, still talking NOAA satellites. All right, let me try something else. I'm giving Grok a workout here. See if he can create a file for me. He's thinking. Six 65942. Let's see if it got the ID right. 65942. It did. All right, let's see. Did I put everyone to sleep here? Hey, we're still hanging. 21. You guys are doing good. All right. Let me see that. Let me see. Well, let's search TRSP. If you click under, these are results. Search for, yeah, we can try that. Yeah, I thought it, I know that cryptography layer is out there. I thought it might get jacked up with that. I think I've got a solution cooking here. Now, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oh, that's not what I want. All right, that's got me curious. So we're going to try that. Okay. Okay, let's see. It's a monsoon out there. Oof. Is this like a proverbial monsoon season for you guys? All right, let's try this. All right, hold on a second. What's going on? There we go. All right, let's see here. Okay. I'm going to send a file that I generated. Let's see, I want to send it to this guy. And I'll show you what I did. There it is. Okay. All right, now let me think. Where's it put that? Oh, wait, I think I know. Let's do it this way. That way I can be sure. So put it under downloads. don't see it. Oh, maybe it puts it in documents. Where in the heck's it put it? I saw it come over. Oh, wait. Let's see, does it just throw it out here? Where does it put it? I think I'm getting tired. Doesn't put it on the desktop. Thought it might put it in documents. Does not. We can look at this sometime if you guys are interested. I created, you see I've got several versions of it here. I've got a script that goes out and checks OsTrax for updated TLEs for a specific satellite. Got to be here in downloads, right? Gonna make me search for it. Try here. Just tell me where it sent it. So it's not in downloads. It's got to be somewhere here. Can't believe it. Can't figure out where that puts it. That's insane. All right, let's do that again and see if it tells me where there's a conflict. I don't think it came over. I think that's the dealio. Oh, that doesn't look right. I'm connected. That seems like it's taking forever. That is bizarre. All right, let's try this. Okay, connected. I don't think I could find it because it didn't transfer. Okay, that's fine. I usually have really good luck using Bluetooth on here. for file transfers. Let's try again. Okay, connected. Yes. It really should be in downloads. That's crazy. Okay, it's not there. Let's check here. Is it putting it in pictures? No. Should be here. This is driving me crazy, guys. This is nuts. All right, let's try this again. Ooh. What does that mean? What the heck is that? Okay, it looks fine. That is weird. All right, so let's see here. Puts it in a hidden directory, you know, because it's super secret and all. No, I don't want to do that. Save as. I think I'm tired. I think that's the problem. All right, let's see what happens here now. Now I'm going to go to Botan. I'm going to say, show me the transponders. Okay. It may need to do what? Update the transponder data. I think this is the problem. 65943. Six, 5, 9, 4, 3. I think it's got to be named that way. All right, let's see. I lost you guys. Where'd you go? I'm surprised you haven't tried to catch RS-74S. ArcticSat. Oh yeah, it's just been, I've had like 3 crazy weeks. Ah, that almost looks right. Here's what it should look like. Almost looks right. Let's see. Hold on a second. 65943. All right, so I'm going to do a little comparison. Did I not see that right? Yeah, 25544. There it is. All right. So in brackets, that looks right. Does it need a space? That would be silly, but computers can be silly. So it's getting the headers. Up low, down low. This doesn't look to be right. Up. That's not right. That's the problem. All right, let's try this. Using the wrong keys. All right, let's see where you guys are. What time is it? 12:30. Let's see. Yeah, I'll have to try to. I mean, this weekend I have a chance to actually do some radio stuff. I don't have any other. I've got a couple chores to do, but I don't have any big things going on. How does your D75 work when hooked up to the Elk log periodic? Would it overload its front end? So I've not had any problems with it overloading. And would it overload its front end where you'd need that attenuator kit? So I've not had a problem with it overloading the front end. The only time I had, and that's with the elk or the arrow, right? Neither one has been a problem from an overloading standpoint. The time when I did have a problem is when I was using the LNA, right? That just boosted the signal so much greater that I had to use the attenuator built into the radio. And if the radio doesn't have one, then, you know, oh yeah, I do still have some of those sitting around here. That's when you're going to need these little guys. If you're not using an LNA, though, I think you'll be fine. Aha! That dirty bugger, that was the problem. Okay. Sent me down a rabbit hole. All right, let's see. Let's fix this. Let's get rid of, you know, that's junk. So let's get rid of that. I'm going to create a new file. Let's copy that in. This looks better. Oh, this looks better. Okay, so we're going to do, let's save this bad boy. What was that? 65943. Okay. Now let me send this over. Ah, there it is. Geez, it was hiding right in front of me. Okay. Now, where did you go, you dirty bugger? Did you go to downloads like you should have? Okay, let's try this again. 65943. $12.34. That's this beauty. It's weird where it's putting that. I got to figure out what's going on with that. But regardless of that, I feel good about this, guys. Do I want to replace it? Yes. Yes, I do. Have it reload. Come on, you bugger. Bingo. There we go. I like the way that looks. Much better. Ooh. All right, let's see. We're at 19 folks. Let's see. Stream needs some more loves and likes. I cannot argue with that. I cannot argue with that one bit. I'm surprised we got 19 people still out there. the way I was struggling through this thing. Good lordy. All right, so all right, let's see. A whole lot of LNAs have a gain knob you can adjust. Yeah, a lot of them do. That one I've got, the SSB electronic. The particular one I have does not. It's the cheaper one, right? You can get the more expensive one that does. And then, of course, you know, this little guy here, this guy doesn't have anything on there either. I want to do some more playing around with that. Right? Because this guy claims it's got 20 dB a gain. It just, and I know it's, you know, wide banded, right? So it's like throwing a ton of stuff your way. You definitely want to have some sort of filtering on this guy. It's not specific to just 70 centimeters, right? It's throwing everything it can. So, let's see. I don't think I said anything earlier on the 705 idea. I think it's a great one. Other benefit besides the waterfall is the built-in record function. Yeah, that's definitely a big benefit as well. Hey, Technovideo, thanks for hanging out, man. Get yourself some rest and have a good weekend. Get out there and play some radio. Get out there and do some satellite work. Do some telemetry. That's what I want to get some. I want to get some of this Botan telemetry. That looks pretty cool. Isn't the Airspy VHF UHF? I don't know. I don't have an Airspy, so I use this little Nulek, which is, it's like 100 kilohertz to like something ridiculous, like 2 gig or something. This thing's super wide banded. And then this is as well, right? This thing just amplifies everything. Airspy Mini. Yeah, I'm just not familiar with that one. Let me see if my file's ready here. We can look that thing up. This guy's still cooking. Oh no, it's done. Okay, 65942. That would be right, 65, because they are sequential. All right, let me just do this guy here real quick. I want to get both of these set up. All three of these, actually, but these are the two more important ones. All right, so let's see. Okay, got that guy. Let me get one more here. Okay, I'll get that guy cooking. All right, let's send this over. Say what? What I do? Well, that's 3. Does this guy already have telemetry or transponders? Sure does. Well, that's interesting. Does this one? That one does not. What? All right, let's see. I am super curious now. I don't know why. I don't know if I have that somehow. I'm tired. I don't know if I somehow have that saved or configured to save in the right spot. I don't recall doing that though. We're going to see what happens whenever I save this one. So I looked beforehand. Okay. And it was not there. You guys saw me. I checked and it was not there. There was no transponder information for that satellite. Come on over. Yes, please. Nothing there. Just to make sure. Okay, I'm not going crazy. So for whatever reason, this one actually had the transponder information. Let's get number 1. There it is in that weird spot. Okay. I think I have to tell it to reload transponders. No, you don't. Picked it up. All right, so I've got all those satellites configured now. All right. All right, so let me set this guy aside. Ooh, getting low on battery. So one thing I'm not super thrilled about is the battery. That battery life is kind of weak. All right, so let me see. Let me get you guys back up here so I can see what's going on. We're down 17 people. All right. Okay, so let's see. No, it's okay. Let's see here. We're going to let me move you guys over here. Let's check this out over here. And it's called the Airspy Mini, huh? Let's see. Okay, so this spyverter must be like a little transverter, but it looks like you got 24 to 1700 megahertz. Let's see what this new elect does. Which one do I want to do here? We'll do the smart. Yeah, V5. Come on, where are you at? I'm just looking for a chart. Give me a chart. Yeah, so it goes a little bit lower and just a smidge higher than the Airspy Mini. Right, you see you got 24 to 1700. This is 1.1 megahertz to 1750, so pretty doggone close. Very similar. All right, let's see. Now they also have, right, Newelec has one that's, I mean, it's kind of funky, right? Actually, this one, so I've got a couple here. This one's the Smarty, right? The bias T. This one here can do bias power. This other one that I've been using does not. But they also have one that's in a silver package that has a expanded. Let's see if I can find that real quick. It has an even. Good lordy. Yeah, let's see. I just want this series. There it is. The XTR. Yeah, see, this one has an expanded range. And this one does the bias power as well. I think they have one that does and maybe one that doesn't, or maybe everything in this line does. But yeah, that's the one in this silver case. Now, it looked like they had more than one of these. Oh, it's just different kits. Yeah, it's just different kits. Right? And then, of course, you know, these guys have the HackRF too. All right, now this is the transceiver, so send and receive. I think I'm going to get one of these. They just look like too much fun. Too much fun to be had. All right, let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can definitely get a QSL for SSTV. Yeah, it's just like a lot of shortwave stations will also send you a QSL just for listening, right? So they'll have a form that you can fill out. It's a reception report, usually online, and then they'll return a QSL card to you. A lot of these satellites, these little Cubesats, these little Japanese Cubesats that we're seeing this proliferation of, they also will send out a QSL card if you submit data on their website, right? It doesn't count if you submit it to SatNOGS, but if you're sending it to them, and that can be even just a CW report, they'll send you an SSL or a QSL card. So, well, gang, we are approaching 1 o'clock and we're down to 16 folks. So I am sure that, and that's, it's a blessing and a curse, right? Once I get started down a path, I get hyper focused on it until I get it done. And so sorry if I was ignoring you guys a little bit, just trying to remember how to get those transponder files put in. But I'm sure we chased some folks off at that point. So, but hey, it was great hanging out with everybody. The HackRF is the one used by folks to record RX at their station. To record RX at their station. So the HackRF has an extremely wide bandwidth, right? 1 megahertz to 6 gig, right? This is stupid wide. So this thing can see and transmit a lot of stuff, right? You can get yourself in trouble with one of these. So that, you know, it's not very high power. Let's see, what's this thing? Right, so it's low power, but extremely, I mean, look at that frequency range. That's crazy. So you can do all kinds of stuff. It doesn't have a lot of power, but boy, you can, you know, you can send and receive all types of frequencies. Yeah, so I think what you're thinking of, EOD, is something like one of these little NULX or an RTL to SDR. Yeah. Yep. I like this NULEC version of the, I mean, it uses the same chip as the RTL SDR, right? If you do like an Amazon search or an RTL SDR, the first thing is there were a lot of counterfeit RTL SDR dongles. And so you have to worry about where you get them. And these things are like, I mean, you could drive over this with your truck and you're not going to hurt this thing. These things are, I mean, it's like it's a chunk of aluminum that, I mean, it's so small, it might get stuck in the tread of your truck, but it's not going to hurt it. Yeah, get one of these guys. No, you're fine. You're fine. No problem at all. All right, guys. Well, again, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for another fun Friday night. Hope you all have a great weekend. I know I'm going to have a chance to do some radio projects. I'm batching it this weekend. So Trina is out with her girlfriends. They're doing some fun stuff. So after I get my chores done, I have free reign to do radio. So I can't wait to, I have to figure out what I want to do. I've got such a big project list. I've got to get something done. I am going to get one of those little videos out though on that M1, and I'm working on a couple others, but it's supposed to be like 80 degrees here in Texas, which is, you know, we've been in the 90s. So to actually hit 80 is going to be gorgeous. I want to be doing something outside, something radio outside. So hope you guys have a chance to get out and practice some radio as well. Thanks again for hanging out. Thanks for watching the videos, guys. Thanks for all the comments throughout the week. It's great to be connected in between streams. So looking forward to the next projects you guys got going on, hearing about those, and getting together again next week. So have a great weekend. We'll see you next time, gang. 7-3. Yeah, hit that like button on the way out. See you, gang.